On the verge of deciding the color of the rest of your life. Bit too heavy to think like that, but on both sides leave big impact. Get wise or rise, so it be best to find
some of my regrets come haunting me till this day. Choice I made, it was wrong. I felt less to believe that I was alone. I learned it harder way, but you didn't have to go through what I've been through. 'Cause you're not alone in this frustration. So come with me on your man who gets at the road and treat you wrong. Make a move before they can make it last on you. One that you can't change your own world, and nobody is there to wait for you. Just treat it, play your straight on. Like a bell for nothing, galley playing in the dawn. Show me the one with the very day, and get the best moment so they drop the hammer down. When lost, look around you for a sec. You may feel lonely, but you're not alone. In this world, we're right here with
coincidence.
you.
Now I chose to meet you. Destiny, I saw before. Look scarred up, but I'm feeling good. Move destiny, I'm coming through. Partner, we can do this right. You're the fire, I'm the wind tonight. Burning dread, haha, that's right. Baby, 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 we tight.
Your man here gets at the road and treat you wrong. Make a move before they can make it last on you. One that you can't change your own world, and nobody is there to wait for you. Just treat it, play your straight on. Like a band for nothing, galley playing in the zone. Show us the one with the very day, and get the best on us, so let's drop the hammer down.
So I pull the trigger, make it look flashy even when it's bitter. Cannot defeat me even when I lose, I stand right back to the spot, go figure. You don't see what I see, but you don't have to see what I see. Just see how to ride, despite my differences, we're still tied.
You're in the perfect time for getting big change, especially when you're ready. More times it will brutal till it catches you.
What's goody? What's goody, everybody? We are back with more The Great Ace Attorney 2. Oh my god, last time we left off, there were so many goddamn revelations, so many twists. Gregson, Professor Mikotoba, that whole shit with what's his face, Vigil. Oh my god. Oh, this song is so good, and I still blame Spectrum, bro, for ruining that moment yesterday. God damn it. That was such a great moment. Hopefully I restarted my router, so hopefully today the stream holds up. That partner's music, exactly, bro. It's so good. I was listening to it yesterday too, after I was done streaming. It's so fucking good. Just wait, you getting twists as soon as the trial starts? God damn, bro. That's every time I hop on this game, bro. My mind is just being blown. I was careful not to look at the comments of any of these like tracks on YouTube, just because, you know, like some people like to talk about like certain moments that happen in the game associated with the music. That's why I'm like, I don't read the comments until I beat the game. But just listening to the song is so fucking good. Oh my god. You should listen to the arrangement in the museum in the game. Oh, they have like a different arrangement for this song? Oh, that's dope. Also, shoutouts to Rich for liking in between the stream. He said, coming to the end of the fuck the world ends with you chronicles. That's been going on for about a year now. I'm sad to see it go. It slaps. Oh, I can't wait to hear it. Let me go ahead and switch over to the live. There we go. I cannot wait, bruh. Alright. So last time it was definitely very, very interesting. A lot of big moments happen. I can't wait to see this trial. Is it in the museum right now, or do I have to beat the game first? I was actually thinking about playing this game again. Beat it for like the 10th time in my life. I actually don't know. I didn't go to the museum until after I beat the game. Okay. I guess I can check when I play right now. Let me go ahead and professionally lower the music. There we go. There we go. Alright. Let's boot up the game. Please. Fucking Spectrum, don't crap out on me. Here we go. Let me get the cursor out of the way. Special contents? Auditorium? Instrumentals? Spoiler alert, these are story spoilers in this DLC. Oh, okay. Let me not use that. System, dance of deduction, unused. Overture to Adventures, unused. Is it on here? Board is now in session. Oh, here it is. Partner's arrangement. Oh shit! What the fuck? Wait. Is that tap dancing? Yo! Oh shit! Wait, what? So this part's the same. Yeah. It's just a different, a little bit of a different sound. I'll read the message after I finish listening to the song. Oh, this part's a little different. Is that an accordion? Oh, this part, I think this part's different. Oh, this is, I think this part is new. Damn. Oh shit! It's like it's in the right ear. Now I moved over to the left ear. Damn, he's going crazy with the tap dancing. Oh shit! Oh damn, bro, the violin! Oh, they going crazy! They're going crazy on the violin. Oh, this version is so good. Wow, that was amazing. That's so different, especially in that second part right there. I listened to this on YouTube before I even heard the song in the game. I kind of wish they had arrangement for more songs. Yeah, that'd be dope. Special arrangement of the Partners theme. There's something about a second tap dancer appearing in a piece called Partners. The game is afoot. Let's dance, my dear fellow. Surely the other person couldn't be, could it? Well, you won't know until you try slotting each character you can think of into this situation. The accordion and violin solos. It is okay. So it was the accordion. Are also not to be missed. Hidagawa. That's dope. That's dope that they included an arrangement. But I would have liked to hear more arrangement stuff, for sure. All right, let's load the game. The final case, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Let's fucking go. Oh shit! Final chapter, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry. Oh, no intro, no like the other cases. Oh shit! This is a different version. Ooh. Has like a lot more weight to it. The 3rd of November, 9:14 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I gotta listen to this version. Has like a little bit of the main theme into it too. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Miss Susato? Ah! Oh shit! Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruto? You threw me? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but I'm so sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Susano-san isn't her usual self at all. This is such a great version of the Defendant Lobby music. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention. Good morning, sir. Lord Van Zeeks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? This man is thanking me? What? Oh, no, nothing. I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper. I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all of this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, is it? Oh, shoutouts to Flameser for liking between the stream. Appreciate you, bro. To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by the evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod, to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yeah, we heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Hey, what's good, Flameser? Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. Heading to bed? Damn! I mean, but then again, what time is it? It is midnight where you are, but it is kind of surprising. But yeah, bro, get some sleep, bro. It's midnight. But I appreciate you coming through, though. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Hey, bro, say it again for the people in the back. What'd you say? I am a lawyer with absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh. I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head. I thank you. Oh, That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not! What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Scythe's laboratory. Alright then. Good luck to the both of you. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes. Would you take this? Is that a rabbit with Sherlock Holmes's fucking outfit? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? It looks more like a Hairley to me. Oh my god. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Iris's lucky charm has been entered into the court record. A little doll of Mr. Sholmes in hair form. I've been told to tug its ears if I run out of options in the trial today. You think what we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Mr. Sato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning, and apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Jikoku, I mean. Judge Jikoku too. That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie. Yeah. Thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zieks. Lord Van Zieks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Third of November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look! What? What? Okay. I've been saying this for, I think, from the first game. This man is a villain, bro. And if this doesn't prove it, I don't know what does, bro. This man is gonna be the judge? What the fuck? Oh, Lord Strongheart! Hazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial, and one over which I, Male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. I'm pretty sure, like, in 3D, like, this would look pretty crazy, but I said a twist right at the beginning. What the fuck? Alright. I didn't expect this. I thought if Strongheart really was a villain, I thought we would have, like, we would bring him out onto the witness stand or some shit. But this man is literally the judge. What the fuck? The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of the judiciary assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Oh! That was pretty dope. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session for the trial of Beric Van Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Oh shit. What's this theme? Is this Strongheart's theme? What the bro? Counsels for the prosecution and defense. Are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. The secret close trial, the court begins? Yeah, I gotta listen to that. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations he had an accomplice, Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside him as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really, go ahead, Prosecutor Osogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. An updated autopsy report, bro? But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday, that the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There is evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. Oh, what's good, FB? The World Ends With You squad is here. Sir, you can't say those things in my chat, bro. It's offensive, bro. How you doing, bro? Yet again, another ban. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Yeah, I was gonna say it's Gina? State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. Our self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again? What's your problem, Otto? What's with that Gina again look, eh? Ah! The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh? Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out the back slums on the East End and took me under his wing. Uno reverse card. Taught me that life can have a purpose. You typed it wrong, so it's invalid. Oh shit, he got you back, sir. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right. All out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. All y'all detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking for into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all. Coppers weren't on it. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't on it. Ah, my God, why is this so hard to read? But the coppers weren't on to it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Smuggled goods. I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what I was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels or from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. I got you, FB. I'm gonna hydrate. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets. Sorry. It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place at this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. Oh shit. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barrick Van Zeeks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but Lord Van Zeeks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zeeks has had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then, counsel for the defense. Begin your cross-examination. Alright, we need more information. So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Oh. The boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips or go and give Toby his grub, that kind of thing. So, errands more than orders then. This detective is still an apprentice after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first. So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yup, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out in the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and trusty Assistant Chief Inspector Toby. We found it hidden in one of his desk drawers and had a false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me, so I could have a butcher's at what was written on it. Because if anyone at the yard found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out to the street. I've given it now then, though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it never would have been found. Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yep, it was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. Hey, shoutouts to the Disrespected Podcast for retweeting the stream out. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, hold up. And FB, thank you for liking and retweeting the stream. Appreciate you. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on. What's the arm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Insist. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord, the prosecution has no objection. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Right then. I get to show off me reading skills. What's gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Grouse? The Grouse. I need more info. The Grouse? What sort of club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kinda curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently? I'll tell you what. Me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could you though? Could you really? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranking detectives at the yard reckon. Says the even lower ranking detective. So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so... And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on at that club. No question. You can't say that for certain, though, surely. Lord Van Zeeks was at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. Looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zieks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he'd already discovered the inspector's secret notebook. Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then. There are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there? None have been identified at this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Oi! Why aren't you asking Inspector Lestrade, eh? So that's all I've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zieks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson. But he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zieks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. If everything Lord Van Zieks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean, there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. The grouse. Let's search about meetings. They saw the Reaper at that place too? I really don't know. Saw the Reaper at that place. But it doesn't tell me like what day they saw him. Makes sense things. Let me press this again. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't on it yet. Saw that the Reaper. But like, I would imagine this is the statement we got to object to, but I don't know what proves Van Zeeks' movements though. Richard said, Something went on at that club, no question. Can't say for sure. Lord Van Zeeks. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. So he's been there. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. Looks like there was no disputing he was there. All we know is investigating. Perhaps he'd already discovered the secret notebook. Maybe. Presumably, there was also eyewitnesses who can testify that Greskin was there. The Gregson wasn't seen at this mysterious club. But never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. Could it be the identification, maybe? No, but they said that Gregson wasn't there, though. Only the Reaper. But we're saying that the day before, was the Reaper there the day before? But when could he have killed him, though? Could it just be this? No, because they haven't seen Gregson. Van Zeeks was investigating Gregson. Gregson apparently was gonna go here to this club called the Grouse. But apparently he wasn't there. Only the Reaper was there. Which is Van Zeeks. But what was Van Zeeks doing the day before? Like, we don't... Maybe this is gonna have to be 3 streams. It probably is like such an easy thing and I'm overthinking it, but I kind of don't understand this. Like, we don't have any obvious evidence that proves that Van Zeeks wasn't there. But he was investigating Gregson. Not his. I'm drawing a blank, to be honest. work with. So let's go there. I really don't know what to make of this. Lord Ramsey just told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. But have you considered the possibility of the armband? Your Honor, does this answer all of your inquiries? Like, oh shit, oh! That's not the only way to explain this. If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean the details you covered exactly? A clue, perhaps, that Gina hasn't even noticed. Only thing it was a passport. Damn, bro. This has been a while since something has stumped me this bad. You want a hint? I guess. Okay. Is this what I'm supposed to object on? That's all I really want to know. No. Okay. So I'll move on from this then. Okay, so following Ace Attorney logic, usually the statements that we uncover are the stuff that we have to object to, but there's nothing unless I just look at all the evidence I have. I'm gonna look at the armband, bro. It's not this. Not this at all. Does this have something? What's this? Oh, it looks like some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse. First class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th of September, London arrival 1st of November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jikoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. Do you think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Burya? It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary, and I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. No? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? So, this has the same name. Is this something? I'm gonna try it, bro. This is the only thing I can think of. Why? Why? Why is this? Wait. That's only because of, is it just because they share the same name? They're gonna have to explain this to me. Maybe it's so obvious I'm dumb, but I'm kind of mad right now. I'm kind of mad. I'm kind of mad that this worked. I've read that these clubs that exist here in Britain, as I understand it. Wait, did I read that wrong? I've read that about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they are places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. You're foreign too, Cosmo? Seriously? Is your mirror cracked or something, sir? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse? Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh my god, that's why. Because the assumption was that it was a club in London, not... I'm so dumb, bro. I'm so fun. I'm kind of mad at myself. Jesus Christ. I'm like, they have similar names, yeah, but like one's a ship, another one's a fucking club in Britain. The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say, they probably won't. Alright. I feel like if Cosmo had said that during the testimony, like, you know, the police are trying to find something, but they haven't, maybe that would kind of clue the player. I don't know. I'm just making excuses, bro. I'm dumb. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place that Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. They are showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. Because they're trash. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, motherfucker. They did mention Gregson went to a place called the Grouse, but he never showed up to the club. They did, but it was still under the assumption that it was a real place in London, not a ship. I don't know. I'm just kind of mad. I'm just mad at myself. And that goes to show you, like, I try to investigate all the evidence that I get when I get it, but I never figured this would have been important. I'm like, oh, it's just a letter of introduction or whatever. I don't need to examine it. You gotta examine everything. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. It is a place in London. Van Zieks went there thinking Gregson was... Then why did Ryunosuke say, like, the police aren't gonna find... I don't know. So it is a club. But they mistook the club for the boat then. The ship. They're like, oh, well, there's a club called the Grouse, so we naturally assume it's that place, when in reality, Gregson went onto the ship then. And that's how Van Zieks got mixed up on that as well. He thought, oh, it's a club, let me just go to the club, when in reality, Gregson went on the ship. Gotcha. He said the police won't find any trace of Gregson because it's the wrong Grouse. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So all the details were there. I'm just dumb. This appears to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship. Yes. I should have... That reminds me, bro. I might as well just investigate all the... Anything... I already investigated that. Anything I can... This one I don't think will be brought up anymore. Investigated that. These games, man. I might as well investigate this. What does this do? What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes seem veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? It was kind of done when I did this. I examined the ticket right when I got it, but the info didn't update. So I had to examine it. Oh, so you... Oh, okay. So you had to do it right here in this moment. Okay. So they were probably thinking like, well, you probably have to review all your evidence and... Again. Okay. I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn you really must learn stoic patience. But I want to know. So I'm assuming this. I mean, they pretty much just said it. Like, I have to examine this most likely when the time is right. It's not now though. The SS Grouse. Still not as dumb as the fireworks. That was pretty dumb. That was really dumb. So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share the same name, share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived at the port of Dover on the 1st of November. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, the 31st of October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. But sir, do you not hear the fire music playing right now? I'm right. The fact that the steamship hadn't reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. He's like, fuck, he has evidence? In that case, counsel for the defense. Present your evidence to the court now. The evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. To be honest, I kind of don't know. I wasn't having any trouble in the previous case, bro. Now I'm like... It's almost as if, like, I just started playing this game and they put me in the 5th case. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why am I this dumb? This? Within 1 week from the first... Because it said that they... on this ticket... If I remember correctly, they stopped in Dunkirk. I'm gonna use the passport. Let's go! What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated 31st of October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just 1 day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. What the fuck? That's a dope sound. Order, order. This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk. There we go. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? How? The prosecution's strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? Oh shit. And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that's something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Osogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? So he was going to France to kill somebody? What? I thought he was just... I thought he only, like, made plans for it. Like, he was actually gonna kill somebody? What the fuck? Order, order. What on earth are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. I like the dedication. What's good, Ricky? He's like, I'm gonna travel to another country, bro, to kill somebody, bro. I'm on it. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. I mean... yeah, we knew that, though. We knew he was part of that secret organization. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was... obviously... an assassination... Oh, this man really what? Gregson's a killer, bro. I mean, not that what he was doing before was cool. He was setting up... I thought he was only setting up the assassinations. This man was really about to kill him, bro. Obviously, an assassination. Barrick Van Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson. What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts... Oh, shit! Shoutouts to Ricky, bro, for subbing, for the subscription, bro. Appreciate you, bro, for the 7 months. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? Yeah, but we thought he was just planning that shit, though. That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zeeks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Barrick Van Zeeks is not the Reaper. A predictable response. From someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shikoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm sure we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. I can't read, but I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Damn, he got reverse assassinated? Aw, say it isn't so, Gregson. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Oh, how the turned up tables? What the fuck, Gregson? Like, not only was Gregson actually doing the killings, bro, he got reverse assassinated. What the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck? Inspector Gina Lestrade. What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! Even if all them bludgers got taken out at it coming, the boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word. That means you heard something? Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Uh-oh. The Reaper's notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates, and places and stuff. The last entry in there was the 31st of October. It said grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or somewhat. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Damn. I'm sorry, Gina. Gregson... You know, I was about to call him trash, but he was killing people for 10 years and got away with it. So, I mean... I guess it happens, bro. Like, I don't... Damn. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. Sounds a lot like Von Karma. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark, and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st of October. Did you catch the Von Karma reference in this game? Was it when we were talking to Kazuma and he was telling us about like the history of the sword, and he said like his dad's like apprentices actually took on the last name of Karma? I did notice that. Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm like, oh shit. Someone somewhere is starting that whole Von Karma line. Yeah. Oh. How do you read this then? They changed their name to Karma, which is Von Karma's Japanese name. Yeah. Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, alright, Otto? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's odd to read. Then let us just see the name! Jesus Christ! So it's someone from overseas. Let me have a bash at it. No way. Is it who I think it is? Oh my god. What? No fucking way. Gregson was gonna kill the judge? Yes, Sashiro. Jigo. Oh my. Richard, no way! What? It can't be. Sashiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku! Sashiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right. But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. I know for a fact that the man hadn't been assassinated. But that's not the point, though. As I said, the Reaper failed. Wait, does that mean... Hold on. Let me not get ahead of myself. Hey, shoutouts to Clueless for liking between the stream. Appreciate you. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake. So he killed the inspector. Personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barak Van Zeeks. It's an undeniable logical argument. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you? Aw, shit. Oh! What the fuck? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Jesus Christ. Lord Van Zeeks! The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. Hey, let's go! That girl is no detective. What? No, that's right, I ain't. I'm just an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. Ooh. That hurts. At once, my lord. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all! That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. In short, I became Batman. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. Yeah, so he wasn't the only one. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright, I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was it? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean Asa-shin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Asa-shin, the assassin. What? Like, a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable, and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what it said on the passport document, permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel, could that additional person have been clearly the assassin who was meant to take Sashiro Jigoku's life? Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry that listed Grouse and Sashiro Jigoku? That what name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin? The Phantom? No, I'm just kidding. Please no. And you're saying that the mark listed up was Seshiro Jigoku. That's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. Uh-oh. He was his mentor? That's not a good sign, bro. I'm just saying, bro. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood here has got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me, I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Sashiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand immediately. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... Right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers. Come on, Otto. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? I mean, the game hasn't given me an option, and honestly, they've just been building this up too much for Gregson to not be at least part of the Reaper organization. Like, I think it's just true. I'm gonna be shocked if they're like, by the end of this game, it's like, oh yeah, Gregson did nothing wrong. He was completely innocent. I'm gonna be so mad, bro. What? You gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. That's fucked up, Strongheart. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear? I've had it with a lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. Richard said, Strongheart hit her with the fucking kid. like, oh, you got dreams and aspirations? Hell no, let me go ahead and send you back to the slums. Jesus Christ. Oh, you have things you want to achieve? Oh, hell no, like, give me your fucking... Damn. Hold on. Let me read that part again. I've had it with the lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. There was a note about him being a criminal who got away from the Reapers. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Oh shit, that's the name of the game! End of the case? Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there is one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Otto? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Was it Van Zeeks? Oh... Oh shit, he said it, roll credits. That's the end of the game. Turns out I finished it in this one stream. I actually have no idea. At first I was thinking Van Zeek, but damn bro, they really want you to pay attention. Van Zeeks? Oh, but you Van Zeeks. Me? What? Oh, this is wrong. This is wrong. Oh, shit! They want me to prove it too? I thought the game would do that for me. Maybe, go through the backlog again. One inconsistency seem odd. Let's see. Forfeit your warrant card. plan to kill people. Objection. Oh, it doesn't go that far. Maybe isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent? Fourth boss. There was one point in this cross-examination. Ah, damn, I didn't pick up on it. Was it what Cosmo said? I've been found innocent. I have no idea. I'm probably gonna lose the point here. The gun! Will you leave me in your... Oh my god. My bad. No! Did you notice how Kazuma-sama reacted to Lord Renzik's words? In Sinister Reaper, you mean? Okay. So I'm gonna have to present the person and then the evidence. So let me look at what I have. About the Reaper. So that's what we have to work with. May has a stand too, perhaps. Gina knows nothing, so it can't be Gina then, who said something wrong. Van Zeke. Do you notice how Kazuma somehow reacted to Lord Van Zeke's words? When he called him an even more sinister Reaper, you mean? Tends to eliminate any shred of doubt. Okay. I want to know more. Shared Jugoku. Well said. For the name, if you ask me. Thought your name was odd. I remember the man, he came to our country as a visiting student. Strong home. It's a mystery. Blah blah blah. What do you mean a criminal? There's no criminal. Right. He's doing on testify. Right. It was a pitiful situation. Forgot all about it. Did. And there you have it. Have what? Surely accuses a rule. But there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or so on. Immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. How vindictive the Reaper is. Top of the game, the simply known Reaper is an organization with you at its head. So I've been able to check their most recent entry and I knew the location. Knew it said Grouse. Okay, Gentleman's Club. So far this seems all correct. But of course the inspector was not there because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this right? Because he's saying he found it in the it was in the trunk, but in the court record, it doesn't say anything about it being in the trunk. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. And if I remember correctly, we didn't present the metal trunk, we presented the passport. Am I on the right track? Or is that like some dumb detail? Very well then, back to your testimony. Because how could he have known that it was in the trunk? Seemed a little shocked by something a moment. Oh, and Susato kind of points it out. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna try that. If this is wrong, then I don't know what the fuck. So I would say Asogi. Oh, it is right. Okay. It is right. Let's fucking go. And I would assume I present either the passport or the trunk then. By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant evidence, a piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, counsel. You go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi said? It's gotta be the trunk, because he knows about this already. But he said passport was in the trunk, but we didn't present the trunk at all. I'm gonna go for it. Let's go! Let's fucking go! This is a truck that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain, and a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk. Hoping, yeah, fucking, what was his name? Sandwich, bro? Hoping to sell it. But I found it with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Exactly. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk, yeah. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else could he have put his passport? But you sir, do not try to get out of this. You specifically specified a metal trunk. But you knew exactly, bro. But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On the 31st of October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... Wait, I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector? He was there, with Gregson? There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. Yeah, that piece of metal in it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Can I open it? There we go. Yes, sir. Right here. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk, like the tip of a blade. A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it, here in this courtroom? For all to see. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of that sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed? Kazuma Asogi? Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you and well deserved. You mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes. On the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk. You were actually there, bro? Oh my... Bro, why? Why, bro? Bro, is everybody, like, involved with this Reaper shit, bro? God damn. Next thing you know, we're gonna hear Iris was part of it, too. In order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Goku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Goku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Goku's cabin. Exactly. He wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town, and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house? In Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure. causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. He pulled the motherfucking trigger. And end his wretched agent's life. What the fuck? That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. I mean, bro, you kind of do. Jesus Christ. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Alright. The illustrious blade passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. The prized sword's tip has a small piece missing. Let me go ahead and look at it right now. Let's see. Karuma, the great blade. Such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Anything else? Nope, that's it. We must take immediate action now. To verify whether Seshiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary is invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours. It's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order in the court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake, but my lord, I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Why is it on me? Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. What the fuck? So Kazuma was with Gregson when they were about to go murder him, but Kazuma didn't murder him, but somehow got the tip of his sword stuck in the trunk. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Goku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's Hurley's ears or not? Should I pull it? I mean... Fuck it, pull. Here goes then. I'm gonna do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Heave! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt doll talking. Wait, what? Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll pull all my strength into it. What the fuck? Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left Dover last night, and after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. I'm not even gonna comment how this kind of technology is not even possible, close to possible, in the 1900s. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? How are you this smart, sir? Mr. Naruhodo, pray. What is my name? It's Sholmes, sir. Sherlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection. Well done. You're a genius, Mr. That's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Miss Susato, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook, and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, You'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. What the fuck? Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. This guy again? First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman Oh, bro, that's... this is so crazy, bro. We're actually playing as the Professor Mikotoba? That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Why does he have Sholmes written on his arm, bro? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chichkin Stroganov when you see? So it is the same person. Great detective? Ha! I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes, written poorly? I must say, whilst such adoration is flattering, naturally. No, the other guy was Beef Stroganoff? Really? Is this his younger or older brother? I must say, whilst the adoration that does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now. How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. Hey, bro, you're a little close. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk. He said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Sashiro's realized that we're after him, has he? Wait, after him? For what? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No! I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw this sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Oh. Doesn't the great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined! So dumb. And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind to as to afford me the requisite time, my old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How can I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot. Oh, you know what we gotta do. The alarm. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole... Set it off, sir. Here goes, then. Pardon me in advance. You! What are you doing? If we are at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman? Stroganov, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous... No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now! Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. Third of November, SS Grouse, first class cabin number 2. Why is there something stuck in the pipe? Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there, they're Sashiro's, without question. Well, it seems that we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. What is this? There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stoppered by some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Oh, shit! Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. That sounds weird. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are several punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba. There is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Osogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was. And it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, surely you can just tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Sashiro is partial to all things large, and a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but it's still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown, momohiki work trousers, a tanzen robe, a haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you've made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Sashiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras that I need, I think. The wall is a slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall, I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found a mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? All the doors on this vessel have locks, I believe. A wise idea. You never know where and when criminals may strike. But of course, to the great detective Sherlock Sholmes, lock, bolt, or shirt button, it makes no difference. All are unfastened with equal ease. The way you go on, you sound rather more like a great thief than a great detective. My dear Mikotoba, as long as there is greatness, I am quite satisfied. Of course you are. This is the waste paper basket. Beef and chicken stroganoff. Oh my god. This is the waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed, then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of other people's waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the night before we arrived in London then, when I was still aboard myself. All crew members are kind of meantime. Okay. Ah yes, there was an evacuation drill, I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Aw, shit. You are still here! Ah, able seaman Stroganov, hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You are waiting for me? Of course. Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity, far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off. Now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. I'm afraid I see through your lies. Oh shit, they're playing Overture to Pursuit right here? For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left his vessel at all. And for another, my dear seaman Stroganov, you know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you? Why is Sholmes like all of a sudden smart, bro? How can you? Good gracious, Sholmes. You mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Oh. Oh, shit! Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. Let's fucking... You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Duh, that is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. Thank God they played this song again. I thought it was a one and done. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. It has been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. The water. Let's go! Oh shit! What? This man started. Mikotoba tapped is the one who tap dances, bro. Oh shit! Perhaps you should have cleared that glass. How curious that the eyes shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Exactly. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival, with this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Sashiro run from us? Yeah. Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door and Sashiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. Ah, so this is news to you, isn't it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Well, now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. What's rather awkwardly hiding traces of the crime? Is it the... Oh! Probably the rules of passage. Because it's on a... This is the best dance of deduction in the game. It's too perfect. Bro, it's so good. The music. Fucking Mikotoba tap dancer, bro. And Sholmes is actually smart. Which leads me to believe that all the other dances of deduction, bro, Sholmes was just pretending to be dumb. What the fuck? Cry. Let's go! It's the rules of passage. It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. You are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Damn. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? It's a gunshot. That looks like a bullet hole. The gunshot was in here. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I protect Easton Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Oh, shit. Damn, bro. What, bro? This is Sholmes' true power of deduction. This is him being serious, bro. He even said at the beginning, he's like, "Oh, no more games. Now we're doing this seriously now." Like, oh. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Oh, did I read that right? Hold up. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Aren't you? Alright. Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba. Simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that. My boy Sholmes, bro. Oh, what's good? What's good, Juan? What's up, bro? Bro, Sholmes is actually fucking smart, bro. What the fuck? Ah, the money. This man. It's almost too obvious for words. Hey, bro, pull your fucking pants up, bro. Quite the universal language of the world. Money. And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Sashiro Jigoku, yes? Duh! So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only to follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink, nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping shoes decide, my dear fellow. This man really dances all the... He's in the... Can he fit in the trunk? That was a tall man. Kurai! Oh, let me tap dance one more. Oh, shit. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Duh. The truth is, Sashiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from the inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number. The 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov. I know nothing about the combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotobo, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. Oh. 5. Oh no, he wrote it upside down. Five, 2. 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. Let's fucking go. Click. Are you in here, motherfucker? That did it. It's open. You had to... Oh, shit. He really was in there, bro. What the fuck? You had to meddle, didn't you? How the fuck did you fit in here? Well, Eugen, you found me now. Sashiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it? No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say... Your old friend and traveling companion, whom made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Sashiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury ships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased the ticket, and here I am. I've seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its own voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Sashiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. Oh shit. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Sashiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what, I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. The small component has been entered into the court record. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. That was dope. And you know what? And I talked a lot of shit about Sholmes. Of him being, like, really dumb. But bro, that deduction was amazing. Like, he had everything, bro. He had everything right. This segment made my dick bro. I'm not gonna lie, like now I'm looking at Sholmes like I'm wondering like if he was just dumb on purpose to kind of like test Ryunosuke and let him figure shit out instead of relying on Sholmes to do everything. And it makes sense when Iris back in the first game said, after she did her deduction, she said that she was just copying Sholmes. And everybody, even Ryunosuke was like, yeah, I mean, yours is like she's smarter than him, but in actuality, she really was just copying Sholmes. Like, that's awesome, bro. That's amazing. 3rd of November, 12:10 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Kazuma Asogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt. That you, I know, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than what you're saying. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There is no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. Damn! The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There is still a crucial witness, from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seshiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him? But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Oh hell, yes sir, yes it was! Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seshiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. How did they get a subpoena if they were in France? Didn't Eugen Mikotoba have it? He gave it to Sashiro when they were in at the end there. Like, they came prepared. Like, they already had one made, I think. But I'm telling you, like, this was all planned out and thought of perfectly by Sholmes and Mikotoba. Like, what the fuck? In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side. No, my lord. No objections, my lord. Oh, we live to fight another day by the skin of our teeth. Jesus Christ. If we didn't have this fucking incredibly smart detective on our side, we would have been fucking toast. To be continued. So, Rich, how much more do you think there is left? Like, am I halfway through the this case, or am I like at like a quarter or something? Yes, save my progress. Save complete. I'd say a third. Okay, I'll keep going for a little bit longer then. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. 3rd of November, 8:07 p.m., Sholmes' suite. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey. All the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what news of Judge Jikoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely I haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh! You've had a reply already? What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Damn! Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh, shit! Oh! Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in on to the conversation you had after I tricked you into thinking I'd left. What? What? The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris' father. Oh, shit. Neither of them? Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris' father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Oh, surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circuit for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss something with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find quite myself in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matter. Oh. Jesus. The telegram. So, what was in that telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this. I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. Are they gonna flash back to the, Yeah, they came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states, and exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. Kazuma Sogi, Asa Shin, Tobias Gregson, John H. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over. and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Who do you send it to? I sent it to a detective. Oh! Fuck, bro, what was his name? To the detective in Japan. Oh my god, I forgot his name. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga, there we go. He was actually relevant here, bro. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Sashiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. Probably the worst person to send it to. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Kazuma's death. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Burya, it was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. So his motivation... So him egging us on to be a lawyer wasn't just out of like, hey, you know, you can do it. He actually... That was part of his plan. What the fuck? In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. What? Do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged... What? This was all part of his plan? Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. Sholmes' master plan? All you require is one lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. He's a Bro, this is probably the biggest twist of this game so far. Sholmes is actually a genius. I was wrong. I can freely admit that. All the times I made fun of Sholmes for being dumb, he was playing everybody. What the I was holding myself back whenever you doubted it. I could just imagine every time I said, man, Sholmes is so fucking dumb. I could just imagine people who already beat this game are like, oh, wait till you get to the last case. Wait till you get to the last case and you find out that this man was a fucking genius. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find out yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. The woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? I forgot all about her. Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. Oh, he helped her, okay. I seem to remember Mr. Saronahai had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of impending tragedy, you see. Oh. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. My armband! The pheasant. So it has to be evidence. Omen from... Well, it'd have to be... the telegram then. What is this, by the way? Let's fucking go. A perfect fit. I knew it. Let's fucking go. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Ikoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where where the list of names would be found. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I am perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese government. What? Why am I shocked, bro? Why am I shocked? Bro, what? This man is constantly intercepting communications? You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, of course. But you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes. What a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct. I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all connected, somehow connected. As I said when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased. But who? A. Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Grex and myself. But I determined it would be the safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad. I'm sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, that doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume. Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Duh. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. No, very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status was being merely a front. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin was because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting No fucking way. Kazuma was gonna kill Gregson? Is that why he went to Britain? And what he kept saying, like, was an important thing for him to do? Other than reforming the legal system? Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know all too well. You know, you mean... Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk. Richard, what? In order to carry out a mission. And the mission was... the assassination of the Mark. Young Osogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassin exchange. Assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? What the Jesus Christ. This fucking game, bro. Oh my god. Let's assume that we have 2 parties. Each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels. These murders were 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive but a contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Sashiro Jogoku at all. It would mean Osogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. Right. What? Ozma was here for Gregson? So Judge Goku wasn't actually the Mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. I mean... Bro, it's not like Gregson was all innocent either, to be honest, but Jesus Christ. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. So he was the reason, obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. He said he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. You're fucking telling me, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, bro. Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if some... Okay, but where does Vancy... I completely forgot about that man, bro. I completely forgot that he was the defendant. Jesus Christ. Like in the middle of all this, like, okay, but what about Van Zeke's? Like, oh shit, I forgot. He's part of this. But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my oh my god. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you have me, I'll gladly be your... Jesus. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Oni-chan Miyadosuke! No! Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow, because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Hee. You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I expect a sterling performance. I'll do my best, of course. Gee. You know, I said last time, for last episode, that there were so many things that happened, and then, like, it just pales into comparison with what the fuck happened today. Like... So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while exposing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Ikoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness of all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have The most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. To be continued. Okay, so is this the halfway point? I don't even know. I'll play a little bit longer though. Is there a investigation part 3 or trial part 3? Is this the last part of the game, Rich, or no? There's two more trial. Oh, bro, I don't think I'll finish it by tomorrow. I don't think I'll finish it by tomorrow. I'll go a little bit longer. 4th of November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, we don't even get a scene of us outside. Alright. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. With the closed trial, as with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve. That's the name of the game. Yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Osogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? Oh shit. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. With my whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I'll give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak Van Zeeks. I fucking forgot he was here. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Osogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Oh shit, he's gonna be the first witness? Bring Sashiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. Well, there's gonna be another final battle apparently. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Yeah. So it was Cosmo. Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Ha ha ha. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Toshiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. That sounds made up, but who cares? It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. I declined to comment, of course. God damn it. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, but for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan. The murder of John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku is involved in this case? I mean, the telegram? This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kazuma Sogi, Asa Shin, Tobias Gregson, and John H. Wilson. Oh, you mad? Oh, you seem a little mad now, sir. You seem a little upset. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This is a list of 4 names. This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. Tobias Gregson and John H. Wilson are the names of victims. Asogi and Shin are the names of the assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. From humble beginnings. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, that bitch. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Ah Shin and her victim, Jay Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan was also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Kazuma Sogi and Tobias Gregson, one assassin from each country, to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you had accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips. Exactly. All he said was I was there to kill the mark. He never said it was Sashiro at all. Fucking. God damn it, he's smart. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sashiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. That never works on anybody, bro. The threat of contempt, perjury, all that shit, like, they just throw those words around. Ha 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 ha. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was the condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on the outside of my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So I clearly can't be involved. So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Get it? Because I am a judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London. In the room on... Really? We're still claiming that? That he was killed in... Okay. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick Van Zeeks, who is still here for some reason. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister or high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to achieve. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible evidence pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. Really? Even on the last case, bro? So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but... assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Why, Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? Why Kazuma? Right. He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah, my hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. He's a genius? Months later, my memory returned, but I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea? Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least bit because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken up to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk. That night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I've had no intention of killing anyone. So, the crewman left 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't move once from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman just standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh. You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like the steerage where the judicial assistants go. Damn. I didn't mean... Jesus. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. Ugh, that's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot, and I would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable, using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing into such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed them. Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean, Judge Jigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruto. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. Exactly. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You know, the genius. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jikoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Let's go! A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show that his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jikoku's cabin that night, I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defendant at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jikoku's cabin on the 31st of October? It has to be this, because this was found inside Jikoku's trunk. Ah. Or is it the blood on the trunk? I don't know. Is it too early for the component? I'm gonna try the component. Let's go! Judge Jikoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jikoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jikoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Would you stop calling me that, sir? Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jikoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier. Look, I should have sentenced you, sir. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would be the result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seo throw,
though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Iponsio. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Pull a motherfucking trigger! Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense, as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jikoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much all in my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seo throw, though. I read that already. Even though the man had a gun? That was very brave. That was a very brave move, wasn't it? Ha ha ha. My Iponcio is faster than a bullet far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Iponcio throw. The crown snapped off, and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferably to the man's head being pulled off, or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin, because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off the ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Oh, that's killed that idea then. But perhaps not, Miss Usato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Ah, shit. I thought that was right. God damn it. There's no possible way I could have transported a... is there any proof of this? Damn, bro, you still going hard. I love to see it. What's good, Jay? How you doing, bro? There's an idea. Think about it, Stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? No! So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. We don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Goku's cabin, the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Special circumstances. It has to be this one, but what evidence could it be? It's not this. It can't be that. It's not the sword. Passport. Trunk. No, there's no new details about it. I highly doubt these are relevant right now. Photo. I mean, they showed it to us earlier that he was in the trunk. So and the trunk is showing here. Do I show the photo? Oh my god. Okay. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jikoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. I actually forgot all about that. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. This man used his position. Wow. I presume you recall this, Judge Goku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us. Inside Judge Iko, this man had Gregson with him and we didn't even know it, bro. Jesus. Oh my god. What the fuck? Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying. After we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong to this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Let me guess, the motive? Oh, where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrick Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning of the British are known for really works. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Shit. I actually do not know. that he died on Fresno Street. Was shot in that little room. Oh, wasn't it the candle? Fuck. God damn it. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's only one piece of evidence that shows that it's surprisingly clear. Present the correct one this time. The prosecution claims that this is the... Or could it be the autopsy report? But we already brought that up, though. Can't be that. Let me look through my evidence. Not that. No. Hairpiece? Not that. Oh, is it because he's like in that position? Oh, because I remember they brought up the idea that like, why is he like curled up in a ball? Because he was in the fucking trunk. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Yeah. They did bring this up, actually. If Inspector Gregston had been shot in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could have easily have adopted the fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which is subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Goku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. They did bring this up, though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Let's fucking go. Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Or we could have just led with that. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Ikoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside the courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Damn! Nothing is more important than the truth. Oh, shit! He got me with that one! Order! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. But he's gonna claim that he didn't kill him. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. I can't believe they turned what seemed like a one-off judge into him. Like, he's actually important, and he plays a huge, a pretty big part in the final case. Like, Jesus Christ, this is fucking wild, bro. This fucking game, man. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill this man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he had already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh, that's right. Who else could it have done? Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seshiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... I mean... He had the opportunity to do it. He even said it himself. But at the same time, Jigoku changed up his story, saying like, oh yeah, Gregson was in there by himself, he tried to shoot me, but I threw him, and all this other shit. So he was lying before, and now he's lying again. So honestly, even though Asogi does have a possibility, it is a possible candidate, I still think it's the judge. I think it's the judge. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here too. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit... Hey, overture to the pursuit, baby! It would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. We are gonna prove this shit to him. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? I'm not gonna lie, I just said impossible. I really don't have an idea. Can't be this. So the judge is saying that Asogi had an opportunity in his cabin. But we proved earlier that the cabin, the killing could have only happened in the cabin when, what was it? At 10 p.m. when they were doing the evacuation drill. But it says right here, following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take about 20 minutes. So this happened after they left Asogi back at Dunkirk. Asogi was already off the ship and the ship left. So he couldn't have. It has to be this. Yeah, let's go! Let's fucking go! This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. We supposed to fuck this man up? What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, that he was already at the port. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing. Let's fucking go. I can't believe it. The judge is actually an evil motherfucker, bro. I mean, you could argue that he killed him in self-defense. But a judge... Let's go! A judge is actually a killer. That has never been... Has that ever been done before? I don't think that's ever... That's not... Actually, no. Like, so involved and... God damn. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting. Waiting for his chance to come back and... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. And you about to be fucked. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look like as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seshiro Jigoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all of this began. Oh shit. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Oh shit. Oh, he's about to break it. Oh! Oh shit, he's going Super Saiyan! It's over. My life is over. What the fuck? A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and to his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion. I bided my time, waiting, for the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I had received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph, with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough crackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at 5:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but, well, it seemed the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Jesus Christ, man. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police investigators. Oh, inspectors. Did it say investigators? Inspectors, sorry. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? You better not say fucking Van Zeeks. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the very willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Oh, we're getting a verdict here? Deshiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all of those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Wow. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and subsequently conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, however. Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Barrick Van Zeeks. Here we go. I fucking knew it, bro. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? I knew it. But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, I will keep this shit going. Barrick Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seshiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered.
In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrick Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Oh shit. Order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means, we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm impressed by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. Damn, this man is persistent. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Damn! We go right into basically another case right here, right? Oh shit, damn! Gray turned a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verified that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks. I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. That's two, so I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. Holy shit. Alright. I think I'm gonna end it here. We're at 5 hours. Jesus Christ. I'm almost scared to ask Rich how far I am into this case. But nevertheless, I will be ending this stream. Shout outs to the people who stuck with me for this entire stream. Holy shit. A lot of things got revealed. New revelations. This game is just... And I love how it ties a lot of the mysteries so far from the first game into this game and explains actions of certain characters. Even Sholmes being an absolute genius, like, ties into the certain things that happen. Ties into what happened in the first game and how it all set up for this moment. Like, it's so fucking good. Rich said, "Oh man, what a case." I just like we're not even finished and I'm already just like blown away about how it reminds me of the last case of Trials and Tribulations, where like a lot of that game's story like culminated at the end of that game, especially with Dahlia and all the shit that she pulled. Like this reminds me so much of that, and I love that about Trials and Tribulations. So honestly, like, I'm so impressed by what I've played, and I can't wait to see. Honestly, I think I might be ending the game tomorrow. We'll see, because I went 5 hours, so we shall see. I'll try to finish it tomorrow, if not Monday. But yeah, I think that's everything. I don't think we're having a podcast, like I mentioned before. I don't think we're having one this Saturday. So hopefully you guys can tune in, and thank you to those watching on YouTube for the VOD. Appreciate you. Be sure to subscribe, like, follow, do all that. And I think that's it. I don't think I got anything else to plug. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, I did want to mention TG will be coming back to streaming for Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Be sure to check his channel out. I think it's still the Elegant Feather, or maybe he's using another one. I'm not sure, but more details to come when the game comes out. But anyways, guys, appreciate y'all coming through, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.